Mhm. Next question. If puts being bought, does that indicate a move to the downside? Depends where they're bought. Out of the money now. Usually means that short puts are closing, which could mean like weaker support later in the day. If you sold puts out of the money last night, you were getting fucked at market open today. It was a big overnight move. The collar being so permeable here is kind of weird. Right now it's spot. There's some bot calls to the upside. 59, 15, 20. Bot puts 59, 15, 10. So super exciting. Oh, just gonna get back into the fucking chop range. Good morning to everyone except entry level desk traders. It's the only people who say shit like that, Willie. They all those guys sound like interns that got fired. Like, oh, if I use complex options, yeah, handle. If I use complex options terminology, somebody will give me a pay raise. I remember listening to interns talk about fixed strike volatility, like they found the fucking Ark of the Covenant. Chem does the same thing, except except his version is getting more followers instead of a pay bump. This singular CCCS 10C is going to financially ruin me. It's bouncing back. A little bit of a little bit of a gap down in the bid overnight, but a high volume open. I think some of the shorts are trying to get out. They got a little bit fucked at earnings, despite earnings being bad. I wear the view up hat sometimes. I wore it like 2 days ago. You're not paying attention. I went below risk, so I couldn't resist averaging down. I mean, it's like at risk right now. Mostly it was below in the pre-market. It wasn't 2 days ago, the day that you didn't have your camera turned on. I don't remember. We're gonna be range bound again. Yesterday was as boring as my second wife. uh, did you ever think that you were the boring one, Animal? Also, how did you find two wives in Indiana? Never. This is why you pay for Pigeon Will, Huckleberry. They were sisters. Uh, so you thought after the first foray into the gene pool, things would get better the second time around? Indiana's known for having wives. Is it? His sisters? Now. It's not Utah or Alabama. There's still some bot calls at 20. I feel like we're just bouncing back on Gamma getting oversold overnight. Although I will say that the MM is buying the dip far less aggressively than they did on Monday. Do you ever notice that Indiana and Rhode Island are the same shape? Rhode Island's like 1/4 the size of Indiana. Oh yeah. You could also just buy Gamma Strike, Mikey. You guys are gonna be obliterated when I just switch back to watching WeBull all day. There's definitely parts of Rhode Island that are too poor. All right. You know Danimal isn't a pigeon whale, right? I know. He used to be. I never forget. Times are tough, Greg. Are they? After 2 divorces, he can't afford it anymore. I'll never buy pigeon whale until I know I can commit for life. That's what I'm talking about. That was for like 48 hours? You noticed? I did. Yeah. What's your YouTube member to viewer percentage? Like 100%. No, it's not. It's close. 93, something like that. My channel doesn't get recommended to people because I'm shadow banned. Kind of a strange gamma chart. Yeah, gamma's a little flat to the upside. Hard to get a handle on any price action for the bulls. And there's definitely a drawback to like 5,900. Slippery. Slippery to the downside. Wolf filing for bankruptcy. That was bound to happen. I did tell you guys they didn't make money. What the fuck is NFG? I also don't know what OD is. DM me. I don't know what these acronyms mean. I'm just gonna raise the price of Zillionaire to $100 because of you, Huckleberry. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's okay, Jen, you're a mod. We get above both flip points under us. If we get both flip points under us, does that overcome the slippery downside? Not particularly. Where's the data? Was there data this morning? Nothing important. Some like mortgage shit. Oh goody. That was a hell of a wick. Interesting. News? Oh. Chancellor Merz on tariffs. There are signs that the U.S. could be interested in a deal with the EU. I mean, that was 10 minutes ago. Okay, so that has nothing to do with this. What just happened? We wicked up super hard. About a put? That's what happened? That was interesting. It's like someone else bought a bunch of 5,900 puts too. Quite a lot of those coming in. Still no calls to the upside of 20. Some more puts being bought at 15. Some at the money calls being bought at 15 also. It's hard to see today's positioning because there's not a lot here. feel like if bulls get this back above 20, we're gonna have a really boring fucking day. Support at 10 and 5,900. Big fucking support at 58.75. Somebody tossed up a nice fat synthetic short at 5,900. It's like 1,800 contracts. You prepares a trade proposal for us to steer momentum into talks. Yeah, it's true. Slightly bullish. Can I get a GF update? Wait, aren't you in the middle of a divorce? I don't know if you remember me. I was a wolf guy a couple weeks ago. Looks like the worst case is in the mix here with bankruptcy. I did warn you that they didn't make money, which was a distinct issue. Generally, as a corporation, it's really good to make money and or have a lot of available credit. Now that I'm getting divorced, I signed up for your Midwest matchmaking service you offered me in the Discord. You said you'd have a GF for me by the end of the day. I can't tell if you're talking about a girlfriend or gamma flip. Yeah, I just thought they had enough steam to get the chips deal to go through, but it looks like they couldn't pull it together. Yeah, alternatively, fraud. That's another pressing issue. But if it were fraud, it would be bullish and they wouldn't be going out of business. Wait, there are companies that make money? Shockingly, yeah. My gamma flip goes to another school. You wouldn't know her. Is she a Canadian supermodel? Maris also says we plan to spend 1.5% of GDP on infrastructure with military uses. Hmm. That's a weird statement. That's what he said. So basically, transports and highways, I assume. Don't they have the little floaty things on tanks now, so you don't need a bridge? I can't be alone in not liking Germany remilitarizing. Water wings? Yeah, they're basically water wings for tanks. They're like little inflatable pontoons that are filled with a air compressor inside the tank. Until we're a reliable defense partner again, they have no choice. Yeah, economically, it's coming at an interesting point, though. Japan militarizing too. They can only do so much. They have fairly strict accords as part of the treaties from the surrender of World War II. I'll be honest, them militarizing isn't worrying me. It's the fact that you're concerned about it. I'm yet to experience you being wrong. It's a second derivative growing worry. It's the vana of your concern. It's okay, they'll be on our team this time, right? Only if you laugh at their jokes, which are usually not very good. I think that says more about our team these days. Yeah. Are, are we the baddies? Oh, look, it wasn't that bullish. Falling down some of the bot pits here. Headed towards the synthetic short at 5,900. The JPM collar should still be a little bit supportive. Possibly 10 as well. 10's not got a lot of support. But the collar and 5,900 are going to be a big deal. The German language sounds like dogs barking when spoken. It's better than Finnish or Portuguese. I'm not having this fight with you again, Gray Pubes. I'm from southeastern Massachusetts and I am angry. 59.05. Sold leg? Yep. June. June sold calls. What do you call an angry German? Sauerkraut. Can you do the next stream and finish? I can't speak that nonsense. Hmm. Easy. What's up? What should I buy 900 weekly calls again? Oh, Jesus Christ. Time for a failed 20-year auction this afternoon or too early? That'd be interesting. What do they need to save before the 20-year auction? Um, get some stability back above 25. A little bit. Really, they need it back above 50, though. Too much in the money profit taking. What's up, Torque? Looks like call premium is growing. Does the premium data mean anything? Yes, but it's also just total, so it's not really giving you any kind of indication about bought sold. Eh. When does Basalt speak? I'm not actually sure. Trump's meeting with the South African president. Hmm. Yeah, I don't see any upcoming speeches from Basant. I don't know though. Trump currently has the third best odds, 11% of winning the Nobel Peace Prize. I wish that were a joke. Huh. Is he gonna give Elon back to the Emerald Mine? He's trying to get Elon's Emerald Mine back. $5,900 tests in the next 2 hours. There's still some support at 10. a fairly annoying amount of it. Mm. Riley Moana. What's going on with Riley? Oh, that's some crazy pre-market pre-market action. Hmm. Also, private bond exchange reduced step by approximately 46 million, while also limiting 100 million maturities due in 2026. Impressive. How bearish is losing the collar? It's pretty bad. JPM will start to dump their upside hedge too. +300 watching, only 90 likes. You're all stingy motherfuckers. Yeah. And no one ever likes the stream. Not until their puts print. And they're always out of the money. Return of Riley? It's interesting. Thank you, Jen Jen. Don't feel singled out by the actions of the many. Jesus fucking Christ. This is so dull. Hmm. 5905 to 5920. I don't know. 10 might be a little bit resistive here. Maybe. So far, it's not doing a great job. Left a gap at 5909. Mhm. I already traded you, MH. I don't want to do it again. Spread rejection heading down. Yeah, filled the gap. Mm. Isn't there a gap at 15? No. There's that overnight gap up at 24. No, the wick didn't fill the upside gap from overnight at all. Tested it, closed a little bit, but it's 24 to 36 is still a big fat gap to the upside. The large market participants typically move by selling puts of the SPX expected move or SPXW expected move provided by GS. Typically, I mean, they do sell at those levels. They are more advantageous. When are they incentivized to begin? It depends on the spread. Sometimes selling near dated puts is more dangerous than selling them a little further out. I see the bill impacting markets when it passes, if it passes. I don't think it's going to pass with its current language. Massive spending already priced into rates? No, I don't think so. I mean, deficits up isn't good in the long run. Near-term impact could be muted, but the Treasury is going to have to issue a shitload of debt, so I'm sure the impact on rates will be felt very, very quickly. Nope. Almost a 5,900 test. Price action's still a bit distributive. NQ's outperforming a little bit. Actually, quite a bit. Let's see what's going on with correlation. Looks like it's still continuing to break down a little. Forward yield on volatility picked up from last night a tiny bit. There's almost no bump in vol here, which is really weird. Dow's down bad, 98 points. Most of the S&P is flat to green now. Big losses in Meta and AVGO, but the rest of the index is doing shockingly well. What about NQ? Oh, wait, is that not the right day? What the fuck is it doing? Oh, okay, there we go. That's better. That was weird. 4% up on Google. Meta and Netflix are up. Nvidia's up a little bit. Finance getting hit pretty hard. So is health tech. What about NQ? Google, Meta, Netflix. ARM. Kind of carrying everything. Oh. UNH and Microsoft murdering the Dow. Amazon. Not doing so hot either. Dow Transportation's getting hit pretty hard. So are utilities, which is weird. There's not a lot of flight to safety on any of this. Was Beyond squeezing? What if it's squeezing? It's up a little bit. Ooh. I kind of want to buy some Carvana pits. BTC is already at all-time high right now. I will pay. Thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Here's some thoughts on UPS as a buy and holds. The dividend looks juicy. Hmm. I don't know. The tariffs are a big risk. Um, I don't know. The dislocation with Amazon as their primary carrier and then tariffs both pose kind of some bigger issues. Any economic slowdown tends to be pretty bad for UPS, but I mean the dividend's nice. It's pretty close to like COVID crash lows. Yeah, might be fairly decent value around here. Margin performance hasn't been great. I don't expect it'll get a lot better this year, but it could. Yeah. I mean, it probably just really depends on tariffs. Tapping the 20 calls. It only sent 4. Tell them to allow gifting. Yeah, if you guys want free Cornichon, turn your gifting on, and then you'll get one. Or they're all already Cornichons. There's not a lot of people here today. Yeah, no problem here. And 455 is the all-time high. Was it? $109,356. For this epic chop, you'd think we'd be at record numbers. It's fucking so boring. You see UK inflation hit 1.3% month over month. Isn't that a pull out of deflation though? I think I held off on the 20. Yeah, no shit. Dollar's back under 100 today. Which kind of makes me surprised that NQ is doing so well. Ten-year at 533, 20-year at 504, 30-year at 5.5, 509. 6 month is still a little low. So is the 2-year. Hmm. It's a decent sized moving correlation on that bounce. Might get a continuation. Hmm. 59, 20, 21. Above 20 is a little bit more stable here now. Hmm. Still some bot calls at 19. Looks like some 20 calls took profit here, but there's calls 25, 30. Bot puts at 10. BTC will never see 100K again. It definitely will. Yeah, gold's gooning too. Not as hard as the last 2 days, but it's up a bit. Oil's back under 62 a barrel. So we got state and local tax deal has a 40K cap with 500,000 income limit. Hmm. Test VN and reject. That's still pretty far away. MQ still overperforming quite a bit though. Quite a bit of bot calls at let's see. 30s. Wow, 30s starting to flip positive. Sold calls mostly above that still. Bot puts at 15 and 10. Some in the money calls there. Looks like some of the 58.75 puts are closing. This is definitely another resistance. I'm just not sure it's all that strong. Definitely have room to keep climbing until 40 before we hit any like more significant resistance. 59.50 test on ES. 21.5 on NQ. So kind of, I guess, kind of an important level at least. Right here. Gap's still not closed though. Uh, like still a $6 gap to the upside. What research is other to see daily activity between retail versus institution? For just a regular person, not much. Buyers seem exhausted. Sellers aren't aggressive enough. Well, because sellers would be selling into buyers, which isn't really an ideal position to be in. You're not going to get a lot of put buyers above gamma neutral. Maybe briefly on rejections and stuff, but no one wants to buy puts into the longing futures on the downtick. So failures have to be in the bull side, not bears. Still got $5 more. Might just be a push to close the gap. But we're back in trend on a yes. And we didn't fail 5,900, which is kind of significant. I think we have a 20-year auction at 1 o'clock. I do this where puts are cheap. What? We tested the lower expected move for the day. So, I mean, put selling should be expected there. We got a little bit this morning on the first test, and then a lot more on the second. Buying puts above GN. You said nobody wanted to buy them here, but I do. Not in size. Unless you're buying longer dated puts, but those are overpriced right now. No, 1 DT isn't long dated. Puts aren't really cheap, though. Especially not further out. You can enter them strategically and make money, but people aren't buying, like, just buying shitloads of puts. Those are like 30 DTE. We're talking about intraday trading. Can VIX get under 15? Hasn't been able to so far. I don't know, like correlation still really high there. It's still very sensitive. Fed fund futures are trimming a little bit here, which seems to have like a knee-jerk bullish reaction lately. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Fucking yields are higher now than they were in April. Higher yields, more leverage. Yeah, well, the yields are paring back a little, intraday at least. Remember, there's still like a ton of positive gamma today. It still makes things like slightly bullish, choppy. It supports the downside more than anything. Tomorrow and Friday, though, market makers' exposure to gamma falls off really sharply. Yeah, Bitcoin's just pumping along. Nice, Greedy. Gently between 40 and 50. That'd be an ideal target. It would definitely fill the overnight gap, which is still open. Trump told the Freedom Caucus that the bill should pass today. But House representatives say the tax bill can't be done today. And there's still very far to go on the tax bill. There's a lot of issues with SALT. There's a lot of Republicans pushing back against caps on it. Wealthier Republican areas don't want it. And right now they want to do like a 40K cap on 500K income, with both growing at 1% annually. State and local tax deduction, not fucking iodine salt. It's a salt lobbyist. You need iodine in your salt or you get goiters. Or at least in your diet. Harder to get nowadays. Calls on Morton. I looked one of those lamps one time. Good stuff. You guys are weird. I currently live in Illinois, and the girl I'm talking about wanting to move to Arkansas. Should I just overdose on painkillers? That seems extreme. You could just tell her to go enjoy Arkansas. I mean, I've known you long enough to know that she may be the last female that's ever interested in you again, but Arkansas? I mean, you'd live with Don Duck. I would make so much fun of you. You are correct. She's not hot enough to live in Arkansas. Also, you'll both immediately contract syphilis. So, they missed the gap. It's, yeah, it's still not filled. Like another $1.30. So yeah, I mean, I never missed it. We're slowly filling it. I'm gonna pull the lever or what? I'm fairly sure the gap will probably fill. Might take a little time with resistance at 35, but we're getting there. She likes me, which is rare, but fucking Arkansas, yeah, that's pretty terrible. Does she want to like work for Walmart or just do drugs in a trailer park? Oh, wait, hold on. Does she have family there? Get the fuck out. Run. We're both CPAs and her family wants to move there. What's wrong with them? There's lakes all over the fucking country, poopy pants. This says cousin written all over it. She will never know of this place. Then she isn't the one. Or my past dealings with Farmville. That's why you don't want her to know about this place, because we'll tell her. Come on, it's not like you're the only guy in the pickle jar that's had to suck off a redneck because they blew up their port. Why are you attacking me? I'm gonna go see if I have any food. Maybe I'll come back to an in the money put. That'd be cool. Oh, hello. I joined at the right time. We all had to get behind a Wendy's dumpster to find a new port. It's the story of the Dans. I can confirm she is a cousin. The Cobras are very proud. Why do you have pits above GN? I just want to get like a 15 test in here. Because I'm not a moron, and I don't buy them $40 out of the money. I buy them in the money. Thanks, GS. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold up with this measured and risk averse trading advice. Sir, this is a pickle jar. Yeah, it is. Any Trump speeches today? I don't know. Probably something following the South African president meeting. I just don't know what. Trump's meeting with the Freedom Caucus at 3 p.m. And Besant met with the German finance minister today, although we haven't heard any commentary from Besant yet. And Jensen Huang just criticized U.S. chip export curbs on China. Hmm. So I'm meeting with Japan negotiator on Friday too. Doesn't matter. They're not going to get any fucking trade deals done before the reciprocal tariffs kick back in. So Trump's going to have to suspend him again. Art of the deal. What if it wasn't about creating American jobs and it's all about creating crony capitalism? It would be funny if we rally another 100 points on the suspension announcement. That's how we get the all-time highs. There's so many 7-Eleven employees in Tulsa, Oklahoma. that were hoping to work at a foreign steel plant. Why did we start going down? Just as you said, 15 put. I have a 35 put, but I want to test a 15. Why not a foreign emerald mine? Working on that today. I'm very interested in the 20-year auction. People are gonna write articles that say bond vigilante again. They're probably stoked. What if we raise the debt ceiling and then just Basad just issues like 20, 30, and 50-year bonds? The market's getting it so bullish and then so bearish. It's not going to be these zero coupon century bonds. Obama might have been able to sell them, but not Trump. He's already created too much bad blood. You're gonna be in a major metro area. Century eggs are like that's Chinese. Poopy pants. He's just gonna sign an executive order that reduces our debt to zero. Problem solved. We could get rid of the dollar and start over. No one's bringing back the gold standard. District court would overturn because it's illegal. That's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to stop the executive branch from doing illegal shit. It's not saving democracy. It's just slowing down the push towards fascism. The gold standard's ridiculous. It's not. It doesn't work with modern monetary policy. It's be very revisionist. Are you ignoring my AI stock? What? Which one? Crew's at the top of all of its options, so they'll open up more. It has no options history. I have 25 shares. I'll sell them to you for 200 bucks each. If you want a delta hedge. If we're regressing from a service economy to a manufacturing economy, might as well regress back to the gold standard. We're not. We're regressing from a service economy to like agrarian. What if Trump issues an executive order sending all economists to El Salvador? Who would oppose? Well, the economists. There's useful areas of economics, just not anything to do with the federal government. What if we could just get rid of Ben Bernanke? So what about when my friends started raising chickens? Yeah. Oh god, that's like 1700s type shit. Pre-industrial revolution. What if the secret is that nobody wants to bring their factories here? Because you couldn't possibly impose tariffs high enough to make it worthwhile. Dems are gonna get a lot of they're gonna get a lot of corporate backing at the midterms. Which one works for Pimco? Bernanke? I think so. Bill Gross had to pay him for making him rich. We were a third world country the whole time. You could tell because of our healthcare and education. America, once again, proving that rich people are stupid. Same distribution as everyone else. There's an infinite money coming into the USA from the Middle East now. Why be bearish ever again? That's our fucking money. It's just the same money being cycled back in. That's our gas money. No, it literally has no effect on liquid, like dollar liquidity. It's all pegged to the fucking dollar. Pyramid scheme? Yeah, no, it's actually a Ponzi. We give Qatar and Saudi Arabia and UAE literal fucking money printers for the petrodollar. Always has been though. Why is now any different? The debt and deficit are always getting worse. Why is now the time the USD collapses? I'm not saying it collapses, but it weakens substantially. The rate at which the deficits are getting worse is expanding beyond our means to inflate GDP to track it. So we're at a break point in the scale. No, no, it's not been the case in the past. We had avenues with through which to kick the can. We don't really have those avenues now. COVID was kind of the last one. Any avenue we take now does more damage in the long run than good, and cements failure, which is why Moody's moved forward with the downgrade. The real question is before the end of the quarter, do we see S&P and excuse me, do we see an S&P downgrade or Fitch? We can't kicked in 2008. The bill is coming due. We can't kicked in 2008. We can't kicked in 2011. We can't kicked in 2018. We can't kicked in fucking 2020. We can't kicked in 2023. Fitch is more likely to move first, especially with improvements in the pound. But S&P has always been more aggressive. They've downgraded us unanimously to AA, like AA plus. Well, AA plus, AA1, same shit. But there's a very, very real chance that S&P could go to AA. One second. All right. Still just fucking chopping. Positional changes. Trump keeps telling everyone they're very close on the tax bill. A lot of bot puts at 59.30. Some bot calls out at 40, but the majority of bot calls also at 30. Things are fairly neutrally positioned between like 5,900 and 5,955. I do think some more upside calls have been bought, but it's hard to tell. $50 is still sold though, overall. Wait, what? That's weird. Yeah, we're holding the trend, but the consolidation isn't exactly bullish. I think it's maybe more important that we failed to break the... actually, no. We've started to break down below the 1 minute trend. Not on ES, but on SPX there's a little slippage. Coin? Hmm. Mm, 273. It's still a little short of Gamma Max. I'm gonna look at the 270 resistance and see how strong it is. Mm. Yeah, maybe. Might not be a bad play. Might want to confirm. Buying here is still really risky, but I guess if you had enough theta, maybe not so bad. The Greeks update in the morning. They do now, yeah. That was part of the version 2 update for the overnight data. So we do the end of day report and we do the morning OI update. SPX and SPXW should have very, very little change on the morning update, though. When did we go to V2? About a month ago. Maybe a little more. BTC can't replace the dollar. It's not liquid. Have you noticed we keep doing the same trade over and over again? The 5900, 5925 ES retrace. Yeah. However, getting lower highs on that is not great. I wonder if that's a serious question. Do you really think that you can use BTC to replace the dollar? I can't tell if he's fucking with me or not. What? Put him on the mic. Trump live with South Africa. Ooh.
And we also want to discuss issues that have to do with how we promote investments in both countries. We've got about 22 companies from South Africa that have invested in the US, thus creating a number of jobs. And similarly, you've got almost 600 companies that have invested in South Africa, and some of them have been in South Africa for more than 100 years.
That's true.
So our links are really long-lasting, and we would like to recalibrate those relations between our two countries and discuss a whole range of issues, geopolitical, the work that you're doing to bring peace around the world, in Ukraine and in the Middle East. So we value that, and we are also a great contributor to peace processes that are going on around the world. And of course, we want to discuss how we can support each other. You are a much bigger economy than we are. We're just a tiny economy, but we rely on each other on a number of issues. We've got critical minerals that you want to fuel the growth of your own economy and reindustrialize. So we have that on offer, including rare earth minerals. So all that combination of opportunity and the products that we buy from you, as well as what we sell to you, I believe makes up a really good and powerful relationship, which we need to strengthen, which we need to engender, and that is really what has brought us here. And we are really privileged to have, great South Africans in the mix. As you said, you'd like to see them as well. And I brought you a really fantastic golf book. Weighs 14 kilograms.
Oh, that sounds good.
And it showcases the golf courses in our country. Johann Rupert wrote preface, so did Annie else. And I want to showcase our golf courses. You might remember when I spoke to you, and we spoke about golf, you said I should start practicing. And I've started practicing, President, so I'm ready. But let me end just the introductory remarks by thanking you. You may not recall that 5 years ago I spoke to you during the COVID period.
Right.
And it was at a time when the whole world was going through a really cathartic moment.
Right.
And we asked for assistance, and you were able to assist us with respirators, respirators, and you kept to your word, and you delivered respirators to us. We didn't have as many in our country, and it really helped to help us deal with COVID. So I'm here also to say thank you and to thank the people of America for having helped us during a really difficult time. Being the small economy that we are, we needed help from around the world. And you were there to provide that. So thank you very much.
I remember the call.
Yeah.
We sent 150 respirators. We became the respirator king. We started making them. Nobody had them. We had very few of them.
That's right.
But they were very helpful. But we sent 150, and I appreciated the letter. You wrote me a letter. And
that's right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that very much.
Thank you very much for that. It really touched my heart after I spoke to you, and you delivered. So,
great honor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions, please?
Mr. President, we welcome white Afrikaner refugees here. Can you explain to Americans why it's appropriate to welcome white Afrikaners here when other refugees like Afghans, Venezuelans, Haitians have all had their protected status revoked?
Well, this is a group, NBC, that is truly fake news. They ask a lot of questions in a very pointed way. They're not questions, they're statements. We've had tremendous complaints about Africa, about other countries too, from people. They say there's a lot of bad things going on in Africa, and that's what we're going to be discussing today. When you say we don't take others, all you have to do is take a look at the southern border. We let 21 million people come through our border, totally unchecked, totally unvetted. They came from all over the world. In many cases, they're criminals. They come from prisons. They come from mental institutions. They come from street gangs. They're drug dealers. So don't say that we didn't take them. We take them. We're trying to get them out as fast as we can. And we're doing record business on that. And we just won a big case where we're allowed to send back hundreds of
Can we not
criminals
listen to this?
to
Will it
Venezuela.
make my
Just
footprint?
won that today in the Supreme Court. I'm happy to hear. But we do have a lot of
It's because he just talks about the
a
same
lot
shit
of people
over and
are
over
very
again.
concerned with regard to South Africa.
broken
That's really
record.
the purpose of the meeting, and we'll see how that turns out. But we have many people that feel they're being persecuted, and they're coming to the United States. So we take from many locations if we feel there's persecution or genocide going on. And we had a lot of people. I must tell you, Mr. President.
How the fuck are you
we
trading
had
futures
a
and not
tremendous
watching
number of people,
pressers?
especially since they've seen this. Generally, they're white farmers, and they're fleeing South Africa, and it's a very sad thing to see. But I hope we can have an explanation of that, because I know you don't want that. It's a kind of a different meeting. Normally we have meetings, we talk about trade, and we'll be talking about trade and other things. But that certainly will be a subject that comes up. Yeah. Yes, please. Brian?
Thank you very much. I'd like to get your thoughts on Letitia James, Director Polte. According to him, Letitia James says that the alleged mortgage fraud was simply a mistake. I want to get your thoughts on that. She put down that her father was her husband in order, and this is very similar to, I guess, the false attacks they had on here.
Well, I don't know what it is currently, but Letitia James, who's the Attorney General of New York State, it seemed, I'm not involved in that at all. I know it's being handled by various groups, I guess, but it's major fraud, mortgage documents, and fraudulent everything. I think she said the father was her husband, which she had to have a husband, so she chose her father, and she put it down, and she had didn't she sign in Virginia, yet she said she lived in Virginia, yet she's the New York State Attorney General, and she did that for tax reasons, so she could take advantage of taxes. And she had the wrong number of units. She had a much different number, which wouldn't have allowed her to qualify and scam the government. So I don't know. I think she's very bad for New York, but I really don't know too much about it, but I appreciate the question. Thank you very much. Yes.
Mr. President, what's the benefit for you to be convinced that there's no genocide?
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. So May 25th will be the celebration of Africa Day, which pretty much aligns.
What we've announced an additional $500 million dilution, and it's up 20%. Am I regarded? No. Sometimes people dilute when their stock is overvalued, and that's bullish.
Well, I want to see peace, and I want to see
Locking in the
happiness. I want to
cash.
see health, and you have incredible land. There's tremendous value. A lot of countries don't have that value in the land. The value you have. We have a situation. I think you probably heard about it. We've done through some very talented people help settle a war that's been raging for years, Rwanda and the Congo. And I think we've done it. Believe it or not, I think we've done it. And could you just say a few words about that, my friend?
Yes. A couple of weeks ago, the two parties signed a declaration of principles in which they agreed on the way forward. And they have both submitted draft peace agreements, and we have put together one that incorporates both of their suggestions, and we've given it to them. So we're in the process of finalizing
Looking
this.
good, right?
Looking very good.
No, we have to thank you for even those efforts, because the African continent, particularly SADC, our Southern African Development Community, has for years been seeking to foster peace in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. So all efforts, including those from outside the continent and inside the continent, are really worthwhile. We are removing our troops from there so that peace can then prevail in that whole area. And we hope that with the support of the international community, we will really have peace in that area. It's so vital, it's so important for the whole region.
Well, we sent our people there, and I think we did a very good job, as headed by my friend, and that was great. That was great. I mean, I'm just
More
hearing
bot
phenomenal
pits,
reports because all I've heard is
59.25
death,
than there
death,
were.
and they're chopping heads off, and it's horrible over there. And it was really brave of you to go there, and I really appreciate it. And it looks like
This is synthetic
it looks
long
like we have
30
something
though.
very,
It's holding
very
up
substantial. We
the
also
drop.
talked about trade.
Not too much being
and
bought to the
terms of,
upside, but
rare
more
earth
sold
and
puts
all
coming
that.
into the downside.
Really,
59.
It's like if you take a look at
59.05,
what we just did with
5900
Pakistan and
picked up
India, we
a little bit.
settled that whole thing, and I think I settled it through trade. We're doing a big deal with India. We're doing a big deal with Pakistan, and they said,
Still
what
a
are you
decent
guys
number of
doing?
bot
You know,
puts at 10.
Somebody
A
had to
little
be the
bit of
last one
30
to
and
shoot.
25, but not
the
very
shooting
much.
was getting worse and worse, bigger and bigger, deeper and deeper into the countries. And we spoke to them, and I think I hate to say we got it settled, and then 2 days later, something happens, and they say it's Trump's fault. But Pakistan has got some excellent people and some really good, great leader. And India is my friend, Modi.
Modi?
And he's a
Mutual friend?
Yeah, he's a great guy. And I called them both, and we just did something good. We're trying to settle Russia, Ukraine. Spoke with
You said they were an
President Putin for
expert
2.5
on South
hours.
Africa.
The day before yesterday, I think we
No one
made a lot
even
of
made
progress,
anything-
but that's a
made any
bloodbath.
commentary on
5,000
South
people being
Africa.
killed a week, 5,000 soldiers a week.
You're not a fucking
including
expert on
people
South
from cities
Africa.
and towns that are also being killed. So we're trying to help.
How would you even
It doesn't affect
identify
us. It's not
one?
our people, it's not our soldiers, it's Ukraine and it's Russia, but if we can save 5,000 souls, we'll do it, we're pretty good at it. But that's a bad situation, that is a really bad situation.
Well, you'll recall when President Zelensky was coming to South Africa, that's when I spoke to you.
That's right.
We
Could we
both
just
agreed
use
that
totalizing
we
statements
need
about the
to
pickle
push
jar? The
peace
me-them
message
discourse is
so that
strong.
it can really be
Yeah.
peace. And we've been involved in the Ukraine-Russia conflict for quite a while through my Minister of State Security here. We've been
One
dealing with
person
them,
said that,
exchange of
not
children
half the
who were
chat.
Taken away.
There's 400 people here.
Going through names and addresses and all that.
You're being
so
a
we've been
dipshit right now.
invested in that whole process as well. And the moves that you're making are fully supported by us because we would like to see the end of that war.
It's true. I called Zelensky, and they said, he's in South Africa. I said, what the hell is he doing in South Africa?
He was talking to
We
us.
got this straight. I said, that's a strange one. I said, what are you doing in South Africa?
Yes.
That's a strange one.
He's trying to make peace. Or we're
He's doing
taking
something.
him. You know, we
Volunteer
were lucky
dropper,
because
right?
the great Nelson Mandela, who taught us how to create peace, to make peace. So we were imparting some of those lessons to him, some of those learnings, and I specifically mentioned to him that this
That's a
is
good
how
question.
Nelson Mandela taught us that when you want to have a peace in a country,
They're at the top of
do
the
it on
cronyism
an
food chain.
unconditional basis and sit down and talk.
It's just Tesla.
That's precisely what I'm sure he's
For now.
going to heed
Well,
going
we're going
forward.
to see what happens with that one. It's there's a lot of hatred. There's
Yeah.
a lot of death. It's a bloodbath. It's a
It is.
bloodbath.
It is.
I get
Unfortunately.
the satellite pictures of that field, of that killing field.
Mm-hmm.
You never saw anything like it in your life. It's horrible. It's a horrible thing that goes on, but I think we've made big progress.
South Africa,
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
No, not you. Right here. He's from South Africa. Go ahead, please.
What are you expecting on the ICJ case? Are you expecting South Africa to drop that? Is that what you're trying to do?
On which case?
The ICJ
The
case
International
is
Criminal Justice.
International Criminal Court.
I don't expect anything, to be honest. I really don't. I don't know. It's they've got a case. There's a lot of anger there, tremendous anger. I don't expect anything. We'll see what happens. We'll have a ruling, and who knows what the ruling is going to mean. Yeah.
On that subject of Gaza, Mr. President, are you going to be speaking to Prime Minister Netanyahu about Israel's renewed offensive there? been a lot of concern from European countries. The Pope has expressed concern. Are you going to be asking Prime Minister Netanyahu to tone down the offensive in Gaza, to let more aid in?
Was that a question or a statement?
It's a question.
This guy's, you never change.
Mr. President, this time, what
Please.
would it take for you to be convinced that there's no white genocide in South Africa?
Well, I can answer that for the President. It's, for him, no, seriously.
I'd rather have him answer.
Yeah, I'd rather answer that. It will be.
Our President will respond to you.
Yeah, let me,
Thank you, Mr. President.
it will take President Trump listening to the voices of South Africans, some of whom are his good friends, like those who are here. When we have talks between us on the around a quiet table, it will take President Trump to listen to them. I'm not going to be repeating what I've been saying. I would say if there was Afrikaner farmer genocide, I can bet you these three gentlemen would not be here, including my Minister of Agriculture. He would not be with me. So it'll take him, President Trump, listening to their stories, to their perspective. That is the answer to your question.
But,
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
President, I must say
President
that
Trump.
we have, wait. We have thousands of stories talking about it.
Sure.
And we have documentaries, we have news stories. And is Natalie here, somebody here to turn that? I could show you a couple of things, and it has to be responded to.
Yeah, sure,
We
we
have-
will.
Let me see the articles, please, if you would, and turn the lights down. Turn the lights down, and just put this on. It's right behind you.
I hope they play like a YouTube documentary.
This parliament can do, with or without you, people are going to occupy land. We require no permission from you, from the president, from no one. We don't care. We can do whatever you want to do. Who are you to tell us whether we can occupy land or not? We are going to occupy land. South Africa occupy land. That's who we are. So whatever you want to do, we can withdraw my membership from this useless parliament.
Honorable. Yes, honorable member. Must never be scared to kill. A revolution demands that at some point there must be killing, because the killing is part of a revolutionary act. Shoot to kill. Namaza.
Was Trump fact-checking the South African president live right now? He should just use the JD Vance excuse. You didn't say there was going to be fact-checking. He did just push the South African president with it.
So these people, when you want to hit them, go after a white man.
Are they playing a clip from District 9?
Because
No.
he touched a white man. Not because Mashaba and Suni will not be touched. They will be touched, no one. But we are starting with this whiteness. We are cutting the throat of whiteness. Shoot to kill. Namaza. Kill the brewer. The farmer. Kill the brewer. The farmer. Pa. 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 Shoot to kill. Namaza. Kill the brewer. The farmer. Kill the brewer. The farmer. Pa.
I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I'm saying to you, was not called for the killing of white people, at least for now. I can't guarantee the future.
Yeah, but I mean, you understand somebody watching that, especially as it gets shared on Twitter, they freak out. It sounds like a genocide on that.
I can't take it.
Who will expropriate land without compensation, whether they like it or not. If they object, they can seek refugee in America.
Now this is very bad. These are burial sites right here. Burial sites. Over 1,000 of white farmers, and those cars are lined up to pay love on a Sunday morning. Each one of those white things you see is a cross, and there's approximately 1,000 of them. They're all white farmers, the family of white farmers. And those cars aren't driving, they're stopped there to pay respects to their family member who was killed. And it's a terrible sight. I've never seen anything like it. Both sides of the road you have crosses. Those people were all killed.
Have they told you where that is, Mr. President? No, I'd like to know where that is, because this I've never seen. Okay.
I mean, it's in South Africa. That's where.
We need to find out. I don't know.
See those people?
Okay.
Mr. President, the Pentagon announced that it would be accepting a Qatari jet to be used as Air Force One.
What are you talking about? You know, what are you
I want
talking
to
about?
respond.
You know, you to get out of here. What does this have to do with the Qatari jet? They're giving the United States Air Force a jet, okay? And it's a great thing. We're talking about a lot of other things. It's NBC trying to get off the subject of what you just saw. You are a real, you know, you're a terrible reporter. Number one, you don't have what it takes to be a reporter. You're not smart enough. But for you to go into a subject about a jet that was given to the United States Air Force, which is a very nice thing, they also gave $5.1 trillion worth of investment in addition to the jet. Go back, you ought to go back to your studio at NBC, because Brian Roberts and the people that run that place, they ought to be investigated. They are so terrible the way you run that network, and you're a disgrace. No more questions from you. Go ahead. Go ahead, talk about that. His name is Peter something. He's a terrible reporter. Quiet. Let's go.
Thank you so much. President Trump, Anna Pilastra from ENCA in South Africa.
Thank you very much.
What would you like President Ramaphosa to do about the situation
I
that we've
don't
just
know.
seen on the screen?
I don't know. Look, these are articles over the last few days. Death of people. Death. Horrible death. Death. I don't know. To pick anyone, white South Africans are fleeing because of the violence and racist laws. And this is all, I mean, I'll give these to you.
No, I'd like
So
to-
when you say, what would I like to do? I don't know what to do.
Does Trump know
Look at
white
this.
farmers in
White South
Africa
African
can't vote
couple
for
say
him? They can if he
that
imports
they were
them.
attacked violently. And,
President Trump, when will you go and see for yourself if it is indeed?
well, I could do that. Look, here's burial sites all over the place. These are all white farmers that are being buried. And he asks about a jet that was given. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You know, you are so bad. You're such a bad reporter. This is one after another. This family was wiped out. I'm just looking.
Can we get a report from President Ramaphosa,
Your
please?
reaction to those videos, Mr. President?
President Trump,
Well, I think the videos are so. No, when you look at the videos, I mean, how does it get worse? And these are people that are officials, and they're saying that kill the white farmer and take their land. That's
He's
what it
allowed on a
was.
public
And I have other
service.
friends in South Africa, I have people that left, one in particular that says you can't go there. He said they want to take your land, they take your land and they kill you. It's okay, and they say it's okay to do. Now, we're going to talk about it, but this is a tremendous, look, this is a story recent. These are all people that recently got killed.
Yeah.
And I don't know how it can get any worse. These are, and you know, the men that you saw, the people that you saw in that movie, those are officials. Those are people that were in office. They had one march, they had a dance in your parliament, whatever you may call it, legislature.
Well,
and
let
it
me
was
clarify that.
terrible. Yeah,
Let me
please.
clarify that, because what you saw, the speeches that were being made, one, that is not government policy. We have a multi-party democracy in South Africa that allows people to express themselves, political parties to adhere to various policies, and in many cases, or in some cases, those policies do not go along with government policy. Our government policy
Did we close the gap?
is completely against what he was saying, even in the parliament. And they're a small minority party, which is allowed to exist in terms of our constitution.
But you do allow them to take land.
No.
You do allow them to take land.
Nobody can
And then
take
when
land.
they take the land, they kill the white farmer. And when they kill the white farmer, nothing happens to them.
No, there is quite...
Nothing happens to them.
There is criminality in our country. People who do get killed, unfortunately, through criminal activity, are not only white people. Majority of them are black people. And we have now
The
been
farmers are
utilized...
black. The farmers are not black.
We
I don't
now-
say that's good or bad, but the farmers are not black. And the people that are being killed in large numbers, and you saw all those grave sites, and those are people that loved ones going, I guess on a Sunday morning, they told me, to pay respect to their loved ones that were killed. Their heads chopped off, they died violently. And, you know, I mean, we're here to talk about it, and I didn't know we'd get involved here. But I will say this, that if the news wasn't fake, like NBC, which is fake news, totally, one of the worst, ABC, NBC, CBS, horrible. But if they weren't fake news like this jerk that we have here, if we had real reporters, they'd be covering it. But
what's the deal with Trump being so
fake news in
fixated
this
on
country
white
doesn't talk
farmers
about
in
that.
South Africa?
They don't want to talk about it.
Because
They have to talk about
it can be,
This
I
won't
mean,
even be a subject.
the
They'll have
number
them
of deaths
talking
of
about,
like
why
Africans,
they,
farmers in
a
South
country
Africa
give a
is
free
not
thing
a
of
statistical
why did a
anomaly in
country
their
give an
crime
airplane
rates.
to the United States Air Force?
And the South African
United States
government,
not to me, to the
although
United States
they
Air
have
Force.
passed
So
some
they can help
acts
us
that
out because
kind
we
of
need an Air Force One
muddy the
until
waters,
Air Force One
have
is
you
being
know
built.
stated
Two of them being built. Boeing's a
emphatically
little
that
bit
there
late,
is no
unfortunately.
white
So why
genocide
did they
going
give us a
on
plane
in South
to the
Africa.
United States Air Force? That's what that
And
issue
so
talks
it's a
about.
murky
After
enough
viewing it
subject
through
that it can
with
be
thousands of people
spun
I'm sorry,
either
I never
way
claimed to-
without a lot of proof on either side. So it's the perfect thing
If your
to
country
latch
offered the
onto.
United States Air Force a plane, I would take it.
Okay. But coming back to this issue, which I really would like us to talk about, and talk about it very calmly. We were taught by Nelson Mandela that whenever there are problems, people need to sit down around a table and talk about them.
And the president's
This
trying to
is
tell Trump
precisely
that this isn't
what we would
happening.
also like to talk about,
Yeah.
including, of course, trade matters, investment matters. So the issues that
But it's
concern
tricky
you
because
in
it
the
does
United
happen.
States, and
It's
it-
just
it-
not,
yeah,
it just
in
doesn't
many
fit the
ways,
requirements
one
of
should
like a
say
genocide. So
are
calling it
part-
a genocide
part of
is
South
insane.
And you are raising concerns, and these are concerns.
There's just
that
a lot of murder and death in South Africa.
Let me just add quickly, you know, the criminality that we are experiencing in our country needs quite a lot of technological capability. And in one of our areas in South Africa, we're using US technology, which is able to, in many ways, identify where shootings are happening and all that. And I'd like to talk about that, because there is
Big
support
wealth gap in South
that we
Africa.
can get
Huge.
from you
Yeah.
and the
that's-
United States to help us deal with all these acts of criminality. And that is what I believe partnership is all about. And we are here as a partner so that we can help each other whenever there are challenges. So I'd like us to discuss it, and of course outside of the media, so that we sit down and have a really good discussion that will lead to good outcomes.
Are there any other further punitive measures that could be in place should you not be satisfied that South Africa is fixing some of the very bad things, inverted commas, that you tweeted are happening?
Well, there are a lot of bad things happening in many countries, but this in particular has been very, very bad, and because of we're going to have the whole world watching in another short period of time because you have the G20, and that's a big deal. And it seems like, I want you to look good. I don't want you to look bad.
Very good.
But we have hundreds of people, thousands of people trying to come into our country because they feel they're going to be killed, and their land is going to be confiscated. And you do have laws that were passed that gives you the right to confiscate land for no payment. You can take away land for no payment.
I want to clarify that, because we have a constitution. Our constitution guarantees and protects the sanctity of tenure of land ownership. And that constitution protects all South Africans with regard to land ownership. However, we do say, because we've got to deal with the past, the government, and as your government also has the right to expropriate land for public use.
And you're doing that.
And we've never really gotten underway with that. And we are going to be doing so.
You're taking people's land
We have not.
from them. And those people in many cases are being executed. They're being executed. And they happen to be white, and most of them happen to be farmers. And that's a tough situation. I don't know how you explain that. How do you explain that? They're taking people's land away, and in many cases those people are being executed, and in many cases it's not the government that's doing it, it's people that kill them and then take their land, and nothing happens to them. But we have thousands of people that want to come into our country. They're also going to Australia in a smaller number. But we have thousands of people that want to come into our country, and they're white farmers, and they feel that they're going to die in South Africa, and it's a bad thing. Yeah,
Bro, what's happening? Trump's sandbagging the South African president with claims of genocide.
They got them a very, very complex machine, 150 of them. I was asked by the president if it could help, and I did that. And I have great feeling for all countries. I deal with all countries, but I have a great feeling for South Africa because I have friends. I have a couple of friends, a few friends here today. I have many friends from South Africa, but many of those friends are not, they can't go back. I have Elon is from South Africa. I don't want to get Elon involved. That's all I have to do, get him into another thing. But Elon happens to be from South Africa. This is what Elon wanted. He actually came here on a different subject, sending rockets to Mars, okay? Yes. He likes that better. He likes that subject better. That's right. But Elon is from South Africa, and I don't want to talk to him about that. I don't think it's fair to him. That's right. But I will say that people are fleeing South Africa for their own safety. Their land is being confiscated, and in many cases they're being killed. And that scene of, you see how many crosses they have. Those crosses, that's a dead person in every one of them. And those trucks or cars are paying their respects to all of those dead people on a Sunday morning. That's a rough thing to explain away. And the problem we have, and the way, a correct and a fair media exposes things. But we have a very corrupt media. They won't even report this. If this were the other way around, it would be.
Bits need to be perfectly timed here, yeah. I bought it back here.
That was the biggest.
About the 35 put where we failed to fill the gap.
Sort of the opposite of apartheid. What's happening now is never reported. Nobody knows about it. All we know is we're being inundated with people, with white farmers from South Africa, and it's a big problem. Marco Rubio was telling me he's never seen anything like it. The numbers of people that want to leave South Africa because they feel they're going to be dead very soon. Yes, please.
I was going to say,
Brian, go.
if I could just ask you a question. 72% of farmers in your country are white. If they flee, do you feel that maybe the economy could collapse? You may not have a gap to fill in those people that need to replace those farmers.
You know, I'd like my Minister of Agriculture, who is white, who comes from an opposition party to mine, who's joined my government at my invitation to address this very issue, including the question that you've just raised. John?
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you for welcoming us to the White House. I would say we have a rural safety problem in South Africa. I don't think anyone wants to candy coat that. And it requires a lot of effort to get on top of it. It's going to require more policing resources. It's going to require different strategy to be able to deal with it. But certainly the majority of South Africa's commercial and smallholder farmers really do want to stay in South Africa and make it work. And I've just come from the largest agricultural show in the Southern Hemisphere with organized agriculture and farmers, and the majority of them want to stay. But they too there have a memorial to those who've died as a result of farm attacks. And as the Minister of Agriculture, it is something that I'm particularly exercised with my colleagues at police and my colleagues in the justice cluster to start making farm attacks and stock theft a priority crime. And it affects all farmers in South Africa, particularly stock theft. It has a disproportionate effect on smallholder black farmers. I also want to just say this, that the two individuals that are in that video that you've seen are both leaders of opposition minority parties in South Africa. Nkonto Wesizwe under Mr. Zuma and the economic freedom fighters under Mr. Malema. Now the reason that my party, the Democratic Alliance, which has been an opposition party for over 30 years, chose to join hands with Mr. Ramaphosa's party was precisely to keep those people out of power. We cannot have those people sitting in the union buildings making decisions. And that is why after 30 years of us exchanging barbs across the floor in Parliament and trying to get one over on each other, we've decided to join hands precisely to keep that lot out of government. Because the day they get in to the doors of the union buildings in South Africa or control of our Parliament, that's what you're going to see. And that is why this government, working together, needs the support of our allies around the world so that we can strengthen our hand, grow our economy, and shut the door forever on that rabble getting through the doors of the union bodies, because then South Africa's future would be...
So you denounced that type of language in the video that you saw?
Oh yes, we've always done so. As government, as my own party, we are completely opposed to that.
Just a little 59-15 kiss. That's all I've been waiting for.
Which said South Africa belongs
Just
to
a taste.
all who live in it.
But why wouldn't you arrest that man? That man said, kill the white farmers, kill the white farmers. And then he danced, and he's dancing.
Because they have freedom of
Kill the white
speech.
farmers. I think, I'm not sure, but I think if somebody got up in Parliament and started saying, kill a certain group of people, he would be arrested very quickly. That man is going all over South Africa, and that's not a small party. That was a stadium that holds 100,000 people, and I hardly saw an empty seat. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of representation. And those crosses, we have dead white people, dead white farmers, mostly. And you take a look at Australia, they're being inundated, and we're being inundated with people that want to get out. And their farm is valueless.
Yep. Auction.
It's valueless. And they just
Yield
want to
before
get out
auction
with their life.
5.035, 16 billion.
This is a very serious situation. And if we had a real news or real press or media, we don't have that because they won't talk about this because they're all guys like that idiot. But if we had a real press, it would be exposed. And you know, the beauty of exposing it is it's like a cleansing action. When it gets exposed, it'll get fixed. That's when it'll get fixed.
What's
But people
VIX
don't talk
doing?
about it. And I'll tell you who's talking about the thousands of people that are fleeing South Africa right now.
Going up. No, it was like a bunch of volatility, and now it's going up a bunch.
AID and the devastating impact that cuts are having across the African continent.
Yeah, well, it's devastating. And
High yield ad auction 4.047 or 5.047, 2.46 bid to cover.
Spend money too.
Oof.
And we've spent a lot, and it's a tremendous problem going on in many countries.
Okay, these puts
A
are
lot of
fantastic.
problems. The United States always gets.
Where's their support?
The request for
20,
money.
15.
Nobody else helps, as you know.
Maybe
Europe
10.
doesn't help. Europe hasn't given anything. All they do is sue our companies. You know, they sue Apple.
Not a lot of support at
And they
20. A
sue
little bit of
all our
15 and 10.
companies. Apple had to pay $17 billion on a nonsense lawsuit. Very unfair. But we're going to always be there to help.
With regards to South African broadcasting, if this Afrikaner resettlement issue is resolved, we're going to go into a room after this, you guys are going to talk. If it is resolved, what is the potential for the future-looking relationships
It's
between the United
fantastic.
States?
It's got to be resolved. It should be resolved. I mean, it
doesn't matter what color the farmers are.
100,000 people in it.
Targeting and killing any group of people is bad.
It's a pretty big movement.
But that's just not what's happening. Like, it's largely
I
crime
hope so. That's why I'm here. I mean, I'm not here for my health. I'm here to
that targets areas where there's low security and low numbers of police.
Chief Goosen, they feel so strongly they wanted to be here on behalf of South Africa. Not on
And
behalf
only represents like 1% of the total murders that occur in South
They love
Africa.
the country. Ernie, do you guys want to say a couple of words? Or anything? I
I haven't
hate to
gotten
put you
stopped
in-
yet, but I'm
This
close.
is tougher than sinking
Ah,
a three-footer.
yeah. Okay. I got stopped at.
Three-footers. They have, and they've sank many three-footers.
Thank you, Mr. President.
It printed a tail, a 1.2 bip tail.
We've known each other a long time.
41% in bids at high, and primary dealers took almost 17%, which is quite a bit.
I have my South African passport.
It's definitely over the mean.
Travel with this
Means
passport,
around like
I got my visa here.
14 to 15.
So, but we want to see things get better in our home country. That's the bottom line. It's been 35 years since the
I don't know. The spike in vol should be enough to drive us further down.
In the middle of the transition.
There might be some netting in here where there's like really low gamma exposure.
So it's been 35 years.
See if
of
27, 28 acts as resistance.
And I know there's a lot of anger.
We got one rejection off of like 28 here. So lower high, maybe we get a continuation of the downside. Not great auction results, but a small auction. So
President Mandela, when he came out of prison for all that time, didn't come out with hatred.
there's still some put buying going on at 25.
Unified our nation through sport. We won the Rugby
There's
World
bought
Cup
puts at 30.
in 95.
4 times.
We won the African Nations Cup.
Volatility picks up to the
We
downside
won
of
some
20.
majors as golfers and so forth.
So
what I'm
probably
trying to say
important
is,
for
we-
bulls to defend. You can see that
long time
like
coming.
gamma's dropping negative on
That's why we really
the
want
20 strike and getting closer to negative on 25.
and see how
That would open up more range to the downside. So losing 25 and 20 here is
businesses
important.
getting involved with government. Farmers are getting involved in local municipalities, trying to rebuild some of the infrastructure that's been decaying for a long time. So there's a lot of
No out of the money put buying, just at spot.
help from a lot
This
of
hasn't like awakened the bears or anything. It's just slightly bearish.
push this thing through. We've got a great ally. If we can have the U.S. It's always been an ally of South Africa for a very long time. Even in the days of the war, up in Angola, you guys helped us. So very important for us to have your support and get the change we need.
Where did you do that well?
Bear steepener picked up.
He might have done that even better than he plays golf, which is almost impossible. Johan, please.
Sorry, Mr. President.
Oh shit, do we have a new high?
Why all of those things properly.
you will see I'm the biggest target of that rabble rouser. Number one for over 10 years, Mr. Malema. In fact, the first time I met him, he was in the youth league with that gentleman. And look how he's changed.
Right.
No, but close.
We have too many deaths, but it's across the board. It's not only white farmers. It's across the board.
New local high.
And we need technological help. We need Starlink
On the
at every
steepener.
local police station. We need drones. I actually got drones donated for the peace parks to stop elephant and rhino poaching. And his predecessor stopped the importation because he said the United States would spy on us. I mean, US SpaceX, the ridicule. So if you can help us. Remember, sir, you and I lived in New York in the 70s. We never thought New York could be what it became. 2 commissioners, a tough mayor. We need your help to stop this awful killing. But it's across the board. Ernie is right now building a house in George. I'm building 3 cottages for my grandchildren on a farm outside Grafrenet. I often go to bed without locking the door. And we have a serious problem with illegal aliens who stream across the border.
I think I'm gonna short ES on a breakdown here.
At our statistics, a lot of
Bear
these people-
steepener.
Firstly, it's unemployment.
Trading view. We don't track yields and bond spreads yet in GS. Later, but not yet.
Vice President Barnes,
There we go.
10
There
years
goes
ago,
20.
Charlie
Vol
Rose
spike.
showed. My wife loved the book. And she reminded me this morning that you emphasize the devastation that occurs when big companies leave.
Here goes the 10-year also.
and sit
Yep,
and
4.56.
there's a culture of dependency that develops. I remember you discussing it. Now that's our problem. If we don't get our economy to grow, the culture of dependency and the lawlessness will increase. I've been against apartheid all my life, and I'm their #1 target. Please just Google my name and Malema. You'll see it, sir. He marched on the
But the
farm.
crime is bad.
The crime is terrible, sir, but Mr. Steenhuisen won't admit to it, but he runs the Western Cape, where I live. And the biggest murder rate is in the Cape Flats. Gangs. We've got gang warfare. Like your M33, what are these guys? We've got equivalents there, but we need your help, sir. And we need Elon technology.
Well, one of the real areas of support is really in investments. We've got to grow our economy.
Wait, did Elon build anti-gang technology?
More jobs. Because crime really thrives where there is inequality and unemployment. And that is one of the reasons that has brought us here to improve our investment relations, our trade relations, so that we can preserve the number of jobs that your companies have created in South Africa. By virtue of what we export to you, we are able to create up to 500,000 jobs in the auto industry, in the agricultural industry, and a number of other industries, mining, where we export things to you. And we also know that as South African companies invest here, you are also able to create jobs. So it's a mutually beneficial relationship. So our main real reason for...
Well, we tested 15. There's a little bit of support at 10. And here at 15.
We are able to grow our
But that was a bad auction. I mean,
so that
I don't
we're
know.
also able to address
Keep
all
failing?
these societal problems, because criminality...
It's not impossible. There's plenty of gamma to the downside to keep us going.
To eke out a living. So that is what we need to resolve. And your support, your partnership with us is what is really going to give us
Also, whoever asked earlier why I would buy puts above Gamma Max for this.
Excuse me.
Gamma
do you have
neutral.
anything to say? I mean, I don't want to leave you out. You know, the guy won 3 or 4 majors. 3 or 4?
No, only 2.
That's a
Gap
lot.
above us,
That's a
59.23.
lot. A lot of tournaments you won too. You have anything?
But no buying yet to fill that gap.
President Ramaphosa.
Meanwhile, we do have out of the money put buying a little bit at 10, 5,900.
And
Honestly, options volumes are pretty fucking low right now.
my dad was a property developer as well as a part-time farmer. And yeah, some of these buddy farmers got killed. The farm is still going. My brothers run it, but it's a constant battle with farms they're trying to burn the farms down to chase you away. So it is a concern to try and make a living as a farmer. And at the end of the day, you know, without farmers, there's no food on the plate. So we need the farmers to produce the food.
He wouldn't do it.
Shocking that following a debt downgrade, the 20-year would whiff.
Yeah, and you know, food and fresh water is the most important thing in life. You know, without those 2 things, you can't survive.
How is the water there?
The water's great, obviously. All the water comes out of the borehole, out of ground for us down there. But yeah, it is.
59.20.25 look like the most likely closing prices. But I don't know. We can see what happens with this. It could get more
They
bearish.
live behind electric fences, you know, try and be at night safe. But it is constant whenever you leave that something could happen. And
There's nowhere to live.
you know, both of them has been attacked in their houses. My mom's been attacked in her house when she was 80. So it is difficult. But you know, the guys live.
Where are you drawing that from, AJ?
Despite everything going on.
Something.
President Trump, I brought along the president of the largest trade union in our country, Ziggy Solosi, because she leads many, many workers, more than 1 million, 2 million workers, and maybe we should give her a chance to say something, because she's come all the way to join us.
Thank you very much, Mr. President Trump.
Thank you.
For having us.
IBOR for HK went 4% at the beginning of May to like 0.2% inside 2 weeks. Leverage carry trade from HK probably took the markets higher across that time, getting near the 7.85 pin.
Our government, with
Okay.
business, of course,
Hmm.
as organized labor, we've been coming to Washington on
Interesting.
trade relations in the previous regime, and I think at the center of it all, for me, it is exactly what Mr. Rupert have said, the importance of us growing the economy. We have always emphasized when we were here and kept on coming and negotiating on AGOA that the 600 US companies that are based in South Africa, as you said, President Ramaphosa, 500,000 jobs will be wiped out. We need more foreign direct investment in our country. We are not just talking about those that will lose employment, but we are talking about over 40% of people that are unemployed, that have no hope of ever finding a job. And we think that, correctly, as they have said, that we need to deal with
There
the
goes
issue
10.
of porous borders in our country, so that everyone that comes in is documented. We also need to...
Don't forget, we're getting close to the... We're getting very close to the lower bound of the expected move for the day.
South Africa. Recently, President, as you were preparing to come here on the news, in, I think it was in Natal, there was a handover of farms. And
It's Hong Kong's benchmark
farmers
interest rate.
were saying, we are donating the land, but also there's a willing buyer, willing seller in South Africa. So there is no expropriation without compensation, but it is a willing buyer, willing seller. And that white farmer was even saying, President,
What's happening? What's causing this
the
draft?
government
Well, the
is
20-year
paying
auction was
more
dog shit.
in buying the
And
land
then
than what the land is worth. And I
OpenAI
think those are the
is
realities
acquiring, I think, something
We now see
Apple
that
was trying to buy.
we need to address
Joni Ives
But also
AI
the importance of
hardware
agriculture
startup.
linked to AGOA. People rely on it, and I think, as Retief have said, for survival in
So Apple's selling off a bit
But
too.
lastly, for me, President, is also the issue of the crime statistics.
A big mad Gherkin. I know he made money, but fuck.
That we are
Well, as long as he made some
environment
money,
which,
I guess.
for a number of reasons, and we're not condoning anything. But also, if you go into the rural areas where black majority are, you would see women, elderly, being raped, being killed, being murdered, and these are
All right, careful here, because low of the day could mean
that would be found thrown
pit
slits,
selling.
raped multiple times, and all of that. And the problem in South Africa, it is not necessarily about race, but it is about crime. And we think that we are here to say, how do we, both nations, work together to reset, to really talk about investment, but also help us in how we can have the technology and everything that is needed, President, to really address the levels of crime that we have in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
President Trump, genocide is a very strong word. I'm wondering if you've made up your mind as to whether you believe genocide is occurring in South Africa, or you still have doubts, and if you have made up your mind, why invite President Ramaphosa here today?
Well, I haven't made up my mind. I hate to see
Very close to the gamma neutral
from the
test.
standpoint of South Africa, but also, I'm trying to save lives. I'm working with Russia and Ukraine. I don't have to do that. It's not our war. It was started by other people. It was helped along by our past administration. It would have never happened if I were president, but I'm trying to save lives. And no matter where. Rwanda, I have nothing to do with Rwanda and the Congo, but I felt I had a very talented person in this administration, and I sent him there, and he did an unbelievable job, I think. I mean, we're going to find out, but he's done the hardest part of the job. It should happen. If I can save lives, I want to save the lives. If it's in Africa, that's great. If it's in Europe, if it's wherever it may be. And it's a very small investment to do, believe me, compared to what the consequences are. So I hope we can do something. Look, I have so many friends. These two men, I have great admiration for them because I know what they do for a living. Yeah. And that's a very hard living, going from city to city, from country to country, and hitting a ball 350 yards like they do. And
better than you and I.
Getting the ball in the hole. It's a very tough, with lots of people watching, right?
Yes,
That's a very tough living. They're champions. I respect champions. And I respect very much, and I think the country is very lucky. They really wanted to be here.
That's true.
They could be elsewhere. They could be on a beautiful fairway someplace, and they wanted to be here. So.
My name is Yanda Mwobo from Newsroom Africa in South Africa.
Good.
How important is it for the United States to be at our G20 summit in November, given the relationship between our two countries? You just heard what has been said to you just now. Are you coming, and are you preparing to come?
So without the United States, the G20, just like the G7, used to be the G8, but brilliantly they threw Russia
Well, under
out.
the synthetic short at
Would have been a lot better if
5,900.
Russia was in. A lot of people would say, oh, that's
Bond
not-
puts
because
at
if Russia was
90,
in, you probably
holding this
wouldn't have
down a
this
little
war.
bit.
And if you had a different president,
Puts
you
being
wouldn't have the war either.
sold
But we
80,
have a G7.
75,
It's
70.
important that the United States is at both of them. I think without the United States, it's I really believe it's not very important. It's not the same meaning.
As I said to President Trump, the U.S. really originated the G20. And it's important that the United States continues to play
Slipped
a key
gamma
role
neutral on the weekly.
in the G20. And we are privileged to be the president of the G20, but we are even overjoyed that we are going to hand over to the United States, who are the originators. And
I was
for that
meeting
reason,
Why Red Candle,
I expect
really bad
the
20-year
United States to
auction,
play the leadership
and then
role in
Apple
the G20
tanked
together
on
with
some
other
news about
And,
one of their former
I've said
execs AI startup being bought out by OpenAI.
I want you to come to South Africa for a state visit, and I also want you to come and participate in the G20. And I want to gladly hand over to President Trump to take the leadership of the G20 forward. in November.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
What is it going to take to convince you?
They don't want to leave.
We slipped 5,900 on the ass.
Everybody, please keep moving. Thank you. Please keep moving.
10-year at 4.83, 8.83 now, but yeah. Yeah, next support's 58.75. Looks like the dip on Apple's getting bought up. Careful, because we've kind of run out of bot puts to the downside here. Put capitulation could pull us right back up again. It is a little porked, and we lost 75, which is also bad. $58.73 on and 58.78 on SPX is kind of like a minor technical level. There's the low from the 15th, which is at like 58.65. Might be kind of important. Yep. 20 years just rocketing. Really bad 20-year action. So's VIX. The correlation's breaking down pretty fast. Forward yield on vols spiking up to negative 2.7% from negative 6.85 already. Three gaps to the upside. 58.98, 59.14, 59.23. VIX right to 20. sitting in a big pile of short puts here. Major resistance at 58.50 to the downside. But all of this is sold puts. This is a breakdown, technical breakdown on the trend now. Ooh, interesting. USD BTC correlation picked up. Next important ES level to the downside is 58.76. There's the 58.76 test on ES. In 67? Hmm. Big vol short here. A little bit of a downside gap. Doesn't seem to be filling. 75 is resistance. Bot calls at 65. Calls being bought at 80, 90. Some of the long puts closing. I mean, a lot of it was because of the action. Can they pull the reversal off the profit taking? It's a little harder below gamma neutral, but they might be able to get somewhat of a reversal. Lower high or failure to regain the collar could be really bad. I think maybe gun for the 58.98 gap. If they can. There's not a lot of reason for them to not sell vol down here. So I would imagine short puts will keep rolling in. They are. They're coming in at 65, 70. Some in the money, 85, 95. I need to fill that downside gap, which we still haven't done yet. 66, 67 right here. I don't think bulls want to fill that, but bot calls at 75, 80, 90. Still puts every strike all the way up to 5,900. Still didn't fill the whole gap. More short puts coming in. Really hard at 65. Start shaking off some vol if they get this back above 75. Is that the 75 breakout? Close. Almost. mean, this slip is damaging, but there's still a lot of short vol. ES is pushing right back for 5,900 right now. Here's the push out above 75. Got one leg of the reversal complete. Next one's up at 5,900. And the upside gap. Upside gap's at 58.98. Options are pricey. Yeah, they are. Very. Mm, 90's bullish if it goes in the money. Little resistance at 95, 5,900 though. Left another gap to the downside, 58.81. Short put's still coming in. Yes, testing 5,900 to the downside. Getting a little bit of support there too. Gap, this gap and this gap both unfilled. Okay. Filled one of the downside gaps. So now gap at 98, gap at 66. Some bot puts at 90 in the test. Still bot puts at 5,900. Bot calls 58.90, 880, 75. Sold puts at 880 and 95. What was the MM's expected low for today? It was like 5,900. Careful if we retest 5,900. Be very careful of a rejection. So if we do fill that upside gap, it could reject really hard. 20-year action was real bad. And primary dealers had to pick up a lot of the slack on what was a fairly small action, and it printed a tail. Define real bad. We dropped like 100 basis points in like 15 minutes. SPX fucking with the technical resistance at 78 here. Forget the importance of 78 on the monthly, but there's a reason I have it marked. Oh yeah, it was the October high in 2024. Hmm. Still a downside gap. Left an upside gap here at 78, 79. And we have a downside gap at 67, 66. Hmm. Still not a lot of capitulation on the 90 puts. Some 58-70 puts coming in. Still put support at 70-65. Forming a little bit of a wonky head and shoulders here. Ascending. Could be a bit bearish. If we lose 75, it's kind of bad. Okay, high or low. Little vol shorting coming back in after some profit taking. Bond yields got wrecked. Yeah, really hard. But carry leverage is moving up. They're gonna push back against the climb in the forward yield on vol. Do not want cash VIX getting in backwardation again. That would be very bad for all the puts they sold out in June. Almost filled the downside gap. 66 here. Still a bit short. More bullish consolidation now, though. What positions do you have open currently? I have 70 calls that I bought at 55, and then I have one NQ long, which is probably going to get stopped out if we go below the gap here. Actually, they're all going to get stopped out, I think. The calls have a little bit more wiggle room. Yeah, losing 70 is really dangerous. Losing 75 is already kind of bad, but filling that gap is not the best for the Bulls. Yeah, there's an ascending Head and Shoulders. Well, it depends what you're looking at, but briefly hit 4.6 on the 10-year. The 20's at 5.1. Glad I didn't buy any at 5. Apologies, Gherk, for not paying a tithe yesterday. I made a few mistakes and had a bit of a drawdown. I'm back on the profitable path today. Thank you for all that you do. You got it, man. Thank you so much. Guys, give Nito a shout out for hooking you up. What's going to happen to everyone who bought bonds during the tariff tantrum? They're going to get fucked, which is exactly what I said would happen to them. All in due time. So all these new people soaking up my free memberships. I don't know, maybe you're not subscribed to them. You have to turn on gifting. How the fuck did my 5th membership not go through? Shenanigans? You will get charged for it, I think. Gap fill? Come on. Just fill the fucking gap. There we go, a little more. Boop. Filled. Let's see how bad this is for bulls. Maybe I'm somewhat stabilized. No more downside gaps now. Only upside. VIX very close to retesting 20. Alright, let's see who levers up more here. It's gonna be bears or bulls. Someone has to. Bears definitely have the edge. Hmm. It's back at 20. There's gonna be a resistance at 75 again. Any puts closing?
CC Midgy US
Yeah,
target is put
yeah.
their pickle in my jar. What are your expectations of
Some
banks
sold
if
calls
bonds
at
exceed
59.40
67?
got bought back.
How much
About
time do you think we
18,000 of
have?
them.
5.
So that's some kind of interesting volume. CC me gusta tetas. What are your expectations of banks if bonds exceed 6-7%? How much time do you think we have? Probably have a bit of time before we see 6 or 7%, and I'm sure a ton of intervention before they allow that to happen. Here's the thing, though, is nobody truly has control of the bond market. So, I mean, the government can push back against it, but in instances where they have in the past, they have also failed. The Fed's gonna have to QE. Yeah, yeah, it's getting dicey. Fell back to trend here. So retesting the breakout point. Yes, I don't think that looks very good. Mm. 75 is the key level for bulls. Is there any news coming up? Trump's hosting basketball champions at college. Did a lot of trading today and broke even. Nice. We still got 2 hours till close. The upside's got a lot of delta. It's very squeezy. Bulls just need to lever up. They got shook and blown up a little bit, but now they have to do something about it. Yeah. If the Bulls wait too long, they're going to get crushed by Charm, which is already pretty rough for them. Hmm. Left a gap at 57, which I think we just filled. Still no short puts coming in here. Hmm. I guess that's not entirely true. They're still selling the 75 put. Hasn't been that long. Less than a month. Double bottom. Like testing and rejecting off of the gamma neutral is like not a good look. Bear credits today for weekly GN. Bear credits for monthly GN for Friday. Also, it's tripping me out that you've been doing this for 4 years. Fucking trips me out sometimes too, man. I was about to ping Zurich and tell him the Gex chart was upside down. One subbed unmodded and -1 bip for Doric. Okay. I started watching Gherkin. I was in my 20s. Now I'm in my mid 30s. A little buy side pressure. Breakout and consolidation on ES. Yes, is going to have a little, looks like a little bit of resistance around 85 and 90. So both levels to the upside, posing a bit of a challenge. If yields continue to rise this week, do you think the Fed emergency ends QT? No, I think they'll end QT when repo's drained. We'll see what repo looks like today, though. Watching the stream is my last full-time job before I go full-time trader. Nice, man. I started watching Gherkin. I had DRS GME shares. The trippier thing is that you have your own data platform after only a few years. Where's Trade's GS? Well, that's because I spent my time learning market mechanics, and he spent his time doing a lot of math. You guys aren't using Tracy trades. 41 counterparty is 162 billion. Yeah, there you go. Still some padding. Alright, this is the ES85 test. Little weakness. 85.90. Above 90, it starts to, SPX will start to get out above like 75. Or test 75 at least. We did get a short back in vol, so there is some put selling going on here. It's still a bit thin. I'd imagine we need to get back above gamma neutral for it to pick up significantly. So it could also be like a inverse head and shoulder pullback to, fuck is that? Like ES 78, SPX 60, 61, somewhere in there. It'd be more bullish if we don't get that, but there's a lot of negative delta to the upside, so the cover bid's kind of intense, especially if bulls can push through GN. So if they can get the MM to start levering back up on delta, that's gonna be a spicy upside potential. Downside, I mean, we could drop to 50. Below 50 doesn't look so hot. Bullish confirms over 90. Yeah. I would say bull confirm is like 95. But things are a lot more bullish at, I would say the signal's probably like 78. Because if they can get this above 78, they're gonna push harder for positive gamma. They got burned on a lot of their puts. Remember, they sold puts really heavily under 5,900 twice today. Okay, ES is breaking up. Still has another resistance at 90 though. But it didn't pull back to test the right shoulder. At least not yet. I guess it's got a little room before it would need to. Is that like 60, 69 and 75? Probably what we're watching here. We've already had a downgrade, and we've had a 20-year auction over 5%. There's nothing more negative that can happen. Only ups. Well, that's not true. $20-year auction. Got accelerated a little because there was some bad Apple news also, but it was the 20-year auction. Very, very bad 20-year auction. Well, not very bad. Small auction, but very significant. Extremely low demand for a 20-year auction above 5%. Even though it was a small auction, primary dealers had to pick up a lot of slack. Delayed downgrade reaction. Oh yeah, yeah. Isn't some of the downside fueled by sold puts that went in the money? Yes. But it was driven by the auction. That just accelerated the downside. The selling wasn't because there was puts. The selling was because there was an auction, the bad auction. Otherwise, we would have stayed in a positive gamma environment. Did you take like chemistry, catalyst, and intermediate? There's financial chemistry now? Is there one for all the sciences? Probably. You got Fibonacci's for biology. $5,900 end of day? My calls sure hope so. Alright, 75 test coming up. Yes, breached 58.90 a little. Starting to get more interest in the short vol. Sold puts picking up. Still have to bash through massive resistance here. Yes, VWAP's at like 59.20. Yes, pulling back and testing 85 here. Slipped it a little. Still a shitload of sold puts at 75. Somebody just sold a bunch more. Quite a lot more. Block calls coming in 60, 65, 70. Block calls at 75. Some bot calls out at 90. It's just under 20. Left an upside gap at 70 here. Upside gap at 70 filled again. It's getting awfully late in the day. Perfect example of buying puts above gamma neutral that you demonstrated earlier. Nice $80 move. Yeah, thank you. Puts are great. It's just when you buy them. It's much easier to just sit in calls and hope for the best. Yeah, delta neutral on the weekly is very close to gamma neutral on the monthly. Can bulls do it? It's an awful lot of consolidation. We'll get out above 93 on ES. $93.50. Still selling a shitload of puts at 58.75. Some of the in the money calls or puts are closing, but there's still a few puts to the downside of us. There's sold puts at 70 and 75, which are a little bit of resistance here, but far more bullish if we can get back above them. Easier to be a bull? Yeah, but usually less profitable. Profit factor on the short side is usually several orders of magnitude higher. Are you sitting more down end of week, or is this all she got? One second. Alright, what question was I answering? Are you expecting more down into the end of the week? We could. Yeah, especially if we close below gamma neutral today. That would be very bearish. It's unlikely. We're starting to build some more significant support at 60 here. Gamma falls off very, very fast to the upside of 75. So I still kind of expect bulls to push for it. They just haven't yet. Although waiting isn't going to help them out. But closing below GN or closing below 50 would be pretty bad into tomorrow. Definitely a lot of weakness into the back half of the week if that's the case. Obviously, there's PMI data tomorrow. If it's not too bad, that could maybe help turn things around a bit. Another ES test at 76, which is we're still floating up a bit above the bull signal. Obviously, losing the collar in GN is bad, but we're still like well above gamma neutral on the gamma neutral and delta neutral on the monthly and weekly. So there's still room to move further down. Don't forget there's still that massive gap under us at like 57.85. I don't know, but I'm probably gonna buy another set of calls down here. U.S. House Majority Leader Scalise says House will vote on the tax bill today. So, 6 minutes ago. Doesn't seem great for yields. Hmm. It's not very bullish looking. Nope. Yes, didn't slip the low yet, but it doesn't look great. Still not a lot of put buyers. And quite a lot of sold puts at 50, 40. Hmm. Power hour equals bull hour. Not necessarily. Was there terrible news? The 20-year bond auction was really bad. They're also trying to rush through a tax bill that's very likely to increase deficits even more. You should my remind. What? You redacted SPX end of week at like 5,700 or something from the weekend stream. There are real reasons to be bearish because, you know, the debt downgrade. What? I don't know what your sentence means. You should my remind. Reminder bot? Maybe. That makes more sense, I guess. Probably. I didn't redact it. My weekend prediction was still there. I didn't change it. It's still way more bearish than what we've seen so far, though. Does this grind up overnight? Not necessarily. We're in a pretty shitty spot here. You sure the 50 puts are sold? They've been sold all day. They're still net sold. There's definitely bought puts at 58.50. It's just the majority of them are sold. And no, I can never be 100% certain. There's definitely bot puts at 55. Quite a few of them. You could be 100% certain, but you keep refusing to put your crystals out in the moonlight. I know. It's expensive. And it wears your crystals down. I can't believe it's been 4 years. Somehow it feels longer, but also like yesterday. So many laughs along the way. Glad you're still here. Thanks, Knuckleballer. You too, man. Oof. It's 55 puts printed. That's not good. We're gonna close at 25. Jesus, that was rough. Wonder if we just needed the trend to fail in order to pull back. You gonna sell the 50 here? Still selling. Oh, they started selling the 30 put pretty heavily. There's still a lot of sold puts at 75, 60 to the upside. Sold puts aren't that supportive. Bot puts coming in at 35, 45. Vol gets nasty down here. Ow. 20-year auction. Um, Vana goes negative on a loss of 25. There's a report about retail buying a record amount of stock on Monday. It's not really retail, but yes, retail order flow was very high. Hedge funds are short everything still. Record exit liquidity. That's more like it actually. Hmm. Descending wedge off the bounce. Yeah, new one. Resistance at 50. Hmm. Trump, say something bullish. It failed the 50 test. Hmm. So a little bit of support at 40, resistance at 50. Positioning is just not moving very much. There's bot calls. 40, 45, 50, 55. A few out at 65. There's still a shitload of sold puts in the money to the upside. Hmm. Still put support to the downside is at 30. Little bit of support at 40. Not very much though. Yeah, charm's nasty down here. Nice, Willie. Bulls gave up after the failure at Gamma Neutral. Burned too many times on their short pits. They haven't really levered back up again. Yeah, almost 2% down to... Study shows sitting for long periods of time shrinks the brain. That study is done on like 70-year-old people. It even says in the study that it's unlikely to have the same effect on younger people. You position long puts yet? I have some further dated puts. Not a lot, though. Hey, you just ruined a perfectly good headline. Clickbait. Did you talk about the benefits of a straddle or strangle overnight? You can profit off of mispriced implied volatilities. If long options are cheaper than their historic performance, there's a decent chance that you're underpaying for them. Not watching this week, but I want to share my GS advert. Thanks to GS, as of today, I've fully paid off 3 foreign mortgages. ZOM 130, time for 3 more. Thanks, Kirk. Later. Thanks, Lawrence. How low can this go today? We're at the next downside ES test here. Let's see. Bull signal on ES is at 58.3750. We failed the SPX 58.37 level, which is super important, and also the bear signal on longer time frames. So I would say that we've probably opened up and moved down to like 57.73. See where we close today. We might close above 37, but is that why you don't buy long-term puts until HV is under IV? IV is under HV. Backwards. This could also be a very, very important support, so careful. This is the jam low? It's a hell of a pullback. Oh, sorry, December Feb low. Mm. I think it's more important that we slipped it so hard. Hmm. Ramp to the upside above 50 is still pretty impressive. Hmm. Hmm. $25 left. Plenty of time to hit 5,900 if we squeeze these fucking short puts. It's a lot of negative delta to the upside. Do it? I have a new straddle. I'm straddled at 50, which is awkward right now. 18 minutes left. Short puts at 60. Bot calls at 65. Short puts at 70. Bot puts at 75. Bulls can hold 52 here. They've got a decent ramp. This is the ES upside breakout test. Inverse head and shoulders. Almost. Maybe a little more bullish than. Bot calls increasing at 55 here. $60 squeezes off some calls and puts some sold puts back in the money. So to 70. You buying the fuck out of this dip. Still want to see a retest at 50. Volume off of this. Hmm. Ten minutes left. Yes, looks strong. Does it? I just tested 75 and failed. Good volume on the test, though. Yep, no break. Aw. Hmm. Top tick to 57, huh? Interesting. So close below 50. Probably opens a retest at the 37 level. 30 again. Delta neutrals at 58.11. GN on the monthlies at 58.09. I wonder if they're shifted higher today. Yeah, this sold puts at 60, just yoinked this. If they hadn't closed, probably would have kept pushing, but some bulls don't want the risk. Bot puts right now at 45. Bot calls at 55. Well, we're negative gamma on the weekly. And pretty close to negative gamma on the monthly. Go the 45 puts in the money. Nothing good happens in the market when the 10-year is above 4.5. No, the market does not like that. Ding ding. Alright, end of day. Well, that fucking kinda sucked. Not really, but kind of. Alright. So closing out the day, 58.44. We briefly slipped the Jan, or the Feb December low, which is like 58.37. And we lost the October high also, which was back up at 58.73. 58, is it 58.73 or 75? 58.78, sorry. Most of this sell-off on the back of a nearly failed 20-year auction for $16 billion. It wasn't a very big auction, but the sentiment around it was pretty bad. It went up for auction at 5%, and then printed a tail, and then prime dealers had to pick up like almost 17% of the auction, which is pretty rough. We lost the JPM collar, lost gamma neutral on the weekly, so we've fallen back into negative gamma on the shorter dated chain, which obviously led to a pretty big spike in volatility. VIX moving just under backwardation with the VX contract in front, very close. And so, forward yield on vol is going to be moving a bit more positive with this move down. This is significantly in excess of the market maker's expected move for the day, so a lot of volatility picked up to the downside. This definitely puts us in a position where we can get a continuation. There's support back down at 57.85. Where we hit the low following the gap up, but below that there's a big ass gap all the way down to 56.59, and this range right here that we gapped over is very significant. Not only are there a shitload of puts sold down here that are a bit further out in the June expiry, but we also have like big technical levels at 57.73, which is the Jan low, and then 56.69, which is the November low. Losing both of those could start to put like a big squeeze on the larger volatility positions. I do think there's still some chance that we get a bit of support around here. Especially closing above the technical level, but we have PMIs tomorrow. Those could affect things, and we'll need to see where positioning moved with the big sell-off today. Futures failed finally. Its uptrend, losing 59.27, kind of rallied a little bit, and then failed the rally at 52. Falling back below 5,900. Still not quite down to the bull signal here. So still in kind of bullish territory, and there is a chance that this could still bounce back a little bit. I would expect a retest at 5,900 if we were to get anything. And then we'd probably want to see if that failed or what happened there. If not, if we just keep dumping, the next major support is like 58.09 to the downside. Dollar continued to slide most of the day. Kind of turned around a little bit into close, but down 37 points, back under 100 on Dixie. Losing ground largely to the euro and the pound. Bitcoin was up, although it did cede some of its gains earlier today and kind of flirting with its all-time high. Yes, not even leading the way on downside moves today. We had Dow and Russell losing significantly more. And then NQ not getting hammered quite as hard as everything else. So still some dispersion in tech there that has not broken apart. And that's one of the reasons I think maybe we could bounce from here still before losing more ground. Yields up though, way up after the auction. 10-year almost at 4.6, 20-year above 4.1, and the 30-year pushing up towards 4.1, which has definitely extended the bear steepener pretty significantly. Oil lost a little bit of ground today on higher inventories. Gold, precious metals up, some industrial metals up, so slight gains. Correlation breaking down more on the 1 month than the 3, so short-term dispersion, but longer-term dispersion didn't get levered up as much anyway. Definitely bottoming out here and kind of turning around. So we are seeing a bit of a breakdown in dispersion, although I don't think we'd see a bigger breakdown in dispersion until after NVIDIA's earnings, which are next week. Another reason for there to be some stability in these lows and tests of gamma neutral. Carry leverage moved up, probably short vol attempting to combat the gains in the forward yield on volatility, but the forward yield on volatility just under positive at the end of the day today, negative 0.77%, from an intraday low around negative 6.85. Bond volatility is obviously going to have picked up on this move, and that should match the move up we're seeing in correlation there. Correlation and bond volatility rising simultaneously is very bearish, so keep an eye on that. Not a lot of out-of-the-money put demand. Bears were still probably largely unprepared, but total vol short is very low. Over like the last couple of years, we're still at a very, very low level on skew. Correlation continued to fall between VIX and cash VIX, so they're still shorting the volatility here. They haven't quite given up yet, but pretty big bump in VX, up 6.64%. Breadth, probably everything dropping a bit. I don't know how much is going to lose its 20-day moving average given how much we've pumped, but if we were to fall further, this definitely isn't getting much higher, I can say that much. Fed fund futures dropped a little, dropped like a point off today and then gained it back into the end of the day. The bear steepener up 12%, which is pretty significant. I think on the weekly that's a new high, or at least today's close is a new high on the weekly. So we're starting to get into more recessionary territory when compared to prior periods where the 10-2-year spread has drifted apart. COVID, things kind of started to break apart right around these levels. If we look at like March of 20, and then further out into 2021, and this was with a lot of monetary support, the market recovered. But in prior instances, not so bullish. October of 2007, March of 2001, which was the dot-com bubble and the GFC. And then back in the early 90s, there was a bit of a recession as well. So starting to push up into those levels, and the not seeing any flight to safety just yet. So things could still get a lot worse. Out here on the monthly, we lost the 58.78 level, which was that October high. We didn't slip the 58.37 level. On the weekly, we have not yet fallen back to the MA20, which is pretty significant. That's most of our most significant levels for TA are going to be around 57.73, and then on the daily, that's also right around where the EMA 200 is. So, and that's that January low that would put the SPX back to negative on the year. The EMA 30 is getting right around the 56.96 level. Both of those are viable tests to the downside, but we probably want to fail this lower trend first. That's maybe the first signal. So I'd say 58.37, the lower trend, 73, and then 69 to the downside are all pretty important. Then 55.57, which is actually where we built up a ton of support for the remainder of this reversal. There's a ton of sold puts down here. So if we do continue to pick up volatility and we lose the 56.69 level, this could accelerate. This range right here could accelerate a lot of downside. I don't know if we get back to, you know, the tariff lows, but we could definitely see some serious volatility if that level was lost. Which means I expect it to be a support, just in case that's not clear to people. When I say something has a lot of sold puts, that's generally not bearish, unless those are actually lost, which is less likely than not. Anyway, I think that's about it for today. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow. Later.